Welcome to Sleep Deeply, where the wide-open frontier, gentle voices, and peaceful atmospheres guide you into restful slumber. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know where you're listening from. Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our community stretching across the miles. Now it's time to settle in. Find your most comfortable position, close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day fade away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where the Old West whispers its stories and dreams begin beneath endless stars. Snow had been falling since midday, but by evening it had taken on a quieter purpose. The flakes no longer rushed. They drifted as though selecting their resting place with deliberate care, across the high plateau where the Stagecoach road wound past the relay station. The white lay in soft layers against the wooden fence posts, muffling the world into a curious stillness. Samuel Bridger, night-keeper for the better part of 20 winters, stepped out of his small cabin and pulled the collar of his sheepskin coat tight. The cold pressed close, sharp enough to sting but clean on the lungs. He lifted his lantern, turning its beam across the empty corral. Nothing stirred. The long stretch of road that vanished into the dark looked less like packed earth and more like a narrow path carved through frost. He glanced at the board nailed above the doorway. Next stage, 6:40 a.m. A simple line chalked in his own hand. No night runs, no special deliveries, no reason to expect visitors. He rubbed his palms together and stepped back inside. The cabin was a crooked little room of timber and stone fittings, smelling faintly of wood smoke and old leather. A kettle sat atop the small iron stove, simmering with a gentle hiss. Samuel hung his damp gloves above it and settled into the worn chair beneath the window. The telegraph wire outside swayed gently in the wind, connecting the station to towns both near and far, though it had been silent since dusk. He poured a cup of coffee from the kettle and watched the steam rise in twisting columns. Outside, snow scratched faintly against the window, a small reminder that the night continued its slow labour. He sipped, letting the warmth settle. The hours between midnight and dawn were a strange portion of the day, flat, unbroken, and known chiefly to those who worked them. Samuel had grown used to their company, the quiet, the loneliness, the small consolations of routine. He tended the stove, checked the supply of feed for the horses, watched the road for travellers who might need shelter. That was all. Christmas Eve or not, the station needed its keeper. A draught crept beneath the door. He stood, tightened the latch and stared briefly at the lantern outside. Its flames swayed in a pale circle of light, illuminating only the nearest drift of snow. Beyond that, darkness. He remembered standing in that same place as a young man, listening for the distant rumble of hooves, his heart quickening at the first sound. Age had softened the thrill, but not the care. He returned to his chair. The clock above the stove ticked evenly, a steadying sound in the stillness. Tick, tick, tick. Samuel finished his coffee and set the cup aside. He wiped a circle of condensation from the window to peer out once more. Nothing but the white, the faint glow of distant ranch lamps, a stand of pine bowed under snow. He breathed out slowly, the cabin's quiet folding around him. Another long night, but a peaceful one. He checked the stove. He checked the lantern oil. He stretched his back and rubbed the stiffness from his hands. A soft sigh escaped him, not weary, only reflective. He had known seasons harder than this. Nights when the wind howled and the snow piled waist-deep. Nights when riders arrived with news of trouble farther down the line. But tonight held no such threat. Only cold and snow and the steady pulse of the mountain silence. He stepped outside once more before settling in. The sky hung low, clouded but faintly luminous, as if holding its own breath. Snowflakes brushed his cheeks. He walked a few paces along the road, lifting the lantern to inspect the way station markers, all in good order. The road gleamed faintly beneath its dusting of white, running out of sight like the edge of a pale ribbon. He turned back to the cabin, footsteps soft in the snow. It would be a quiet night. He welcomed it. He closed the door, stoked the stove, and let the warmth rise. The clock marked 11 when Samuel first noticed it. He'd been adjusting the wick of his lantern, leaning close to catch the faint sputter of oil, when something brushed the edge of his hearing. So slight he thought it a trick of the stove. He paused. The cabin held its breath. Only the gentle simmer of the kettle answered. He frowned, lifted his head, and listened again. There it was, a distant sound, thin as thread. Not the wind, not the stove, not coyotes crossing the valley. A rhythmic creaking, like wood under strain, mixed with the muffled thud of the hooves on snow-packed earth. He set the lantern down with care, reached for his coat and stepped outside. The cold met him at once, sharper than before. The night seemed to have deepened by degrees, the darkness thickened with blue frost. Snow fell more heavily now, filling the air with slow, drifting shapes. He walked to the edge of the road and held his breath. The sound returned nearer this time, the creak of leather, the jingle of harness brass, the steady plod of horses moving through deep snow. Samuel narrowed his eyes and scanned the road. At first there was nothing but the dim glow of falling snow. Then, far along the ridge, a faint shimmer of light. A lantern, then a second, swaying in rhythm as if mounted on the sides of a moving coach. He blinked hard, trying to clear the wet from his lashes. There were no stages scheduled, none. And yet the road carried a glow that moved slow and rhythmic, growing brighter with each heartbeat. He lifted his own lantern and stepped closer to the roadside. The creaking grew clearer, not the full-throated rattle of a stage at speed, but a wavering, uneven groan, as though the coach were tired or struggling. The snow made it difficult to judge distance, but the lights approached with the measured certainty of a stage coming to halt. Samuel felt a cold prickle slip across the back of his neck. He swallowed and steadied his breath. He had seen strange things on the frontier over the years, lights mistaken for campfires, distant lanterns that looked like stars, but nothing like this. The first lantern came into sharp focus through the snowfall, then the outline of a coach roof, then the looming shape of the stagecoach itself, its dark wood beneath a coat of frost. It rolled into view with a groaning protest. The horses, 4 of them, moved with heads lowered, their breath rising in thick clouds. The wheels crunched through the snow, then screeched faintly as though resisting the stop. Samuel stepped back to give it room. His boots slipped slightly on the snow. The stagecoach shuddered once, creaked, and came to rest before the cabin. Silence followed. An unnerving, complete quiet. No voices, no stamping of hooves, no driver calling out, only the falling snow whispering against wood and leather. Samuel swallowed. He raised his lantern. He looked up at the driver's box. Empty. The reins hung loose, draped over the footboard. The horses stood perfectly still, their flanks steaming in the cold air, but they made no sound. No whinny, no snort, nothing. He drew a steadying breath and approached the coach. There should not have been a stage, and yet a stage stood before him in the frost. Samuel approached the stagecoach with cautious steps, his lantern held high. Snow gathered along the wheel spokes and clung to the leather straps in uneven ridges. The coach itself was a Concorde, though older than those that ran the main routes now. The storm had softened its lines, giving it a blurred, almost dreamlike shape. He cleared his throat, though he could not have said why, and called out toward the driver's box, "Driver!" The word vanished into the heavy air. He stepped closer, placing a hand on the coach's side. The wood was cold, frost already forming in delicate patterns along the painted panels. He moved to the front and examined the horses. They stood quietly, their eyes half closed, breath rising in steady plumes. He touched the nearest one's neck, warm but still, as if they had been standing there for hours rather than moments. He walked around to the coach door and tested the handle. It yielded with a reluctant groan. He swung it open and lifted his lantern to peer inside. The interior glowed with a faint amber light from a small lamp mounted on the wall. The seats were upholstered in faded red velvet, worn but neat. A wool blanket lay folded in one corner. A leather satchel rested on the opposite seat, its buckles fastened tight. But no passengers. The compartment was empty. He leaned in slightly, listening. The air inside the coach was neither warm nor cold, an odd flatness, as though the very temperature had been emptied out. He stepped back. A crunch of snow sounded behind him. He turned sharply, lantern raised. A figure moved toward him from the white, a young man in a long duster coat, his wide-brimmed hat dusted with snow, boots leaving crisp prints in the fresh drift as he approached. He carried a bedroll slung over one shoulder and a canteen at his hip. "Evening," the stranger said, lifting a hand in greeting. His voice was calm, steady, touched by the softness of youth. "Trouble with the stage?" Samuel exhaled, relieved to see another living soul. "Can't say yet. She arrived with no driver to be found." "You the only passenger?" The stranger shook his head gently. "No, sir. Full coach tonight, or meant to be. But I disembarked when she halted. Thought I might assist if needed." His eyes flicked toward the empty driver's box. Odd sort of stoppage. Samuel nodded, grateful for the company. "I was just about to check if anyone's inside or nearby. If there's someone needing help, we need to find them." "I'll help," the stranger said simply. They walked side by side toward the rear of the coach, boots crunching in slow rhythm. The snowfall thickened, turning the lantern's glow into hazy circles that hovered in the air. The stranger's breath rose in pale clouds, mingling with Samuel's own. Samuel opened the rear luggage compartment. Bags and trunks lay neatly stacked, their surfaces dusted with snow that had seeped through the canvas covering. He closed it again and moved back to the passenger door. Strange that the horses stopped right here, almost as if they knew the station. The stranger looked up at the cabin, its single window glowing warm in the darkness. Maybe they did. Samuel frowned. There was something composed in the young man's expression, something calm to the point of strangeness, yet polite enough to dispel suspicion. "I'll check the other side," Samuel said. "Call out if you find the driver or any passengers." The stranger gave a brief nod and stepped away, walking slowly around the far side of the coach until the falling snow swallowed him from view. Samuel stood for a moment, the lantern trembling slightly in his grasp. The storm thickened. The road beneath his feet felt colder than before. He drew a slow breath and turned back toward the horses to continue his search. Samuel walked to the front of the team, speaking softly to the horses. They remained still, their ears flicking occasionally but otherwise unresponsive. He checked their harnesses, running his gloved hands along the leather straps. Everything was secure, properly fastened, as if the driver had been careful and experienced. He lifted himself onto the driver's box, boots finding purchase on the iron step. The seat was empty, dusted with fresh snow. The reins lay where he'd seen them, loose but not tangled. A driver's whip rested in its holder unused. He glanced around, searching for any sign of the driver, a hat, a glove, a flask, but found nothing. The brake lever was engaged, set firmly. Whoever had been driving had stopped the coach deliberately, not in panic or accident. Samuel released the brake slightly, testing it. The mechanism worked smoothly. He set it again and climbed down. He walked along the side of the coach, his lantern casting long shadows that danced across the snow-covered wood. He called out again, louder this time. "Is anyone here? Driver? Passengers?" The words settled dead in the air. He reached the rear of the coach and looked toward where the stranger had gone. No sign of him. No footprints visible through the heavy snowfall. Samuel felt a small tug of unease but pushed it aside. The man had likely walked farther than expected, perhaps checking the road ahead. He returned to the passenger door and opened it once more, this time stepping inside. The interior was just as he'd left it. The small lamp still glowed, its flame steady and unwavering. He picked up the leather satchel and unfastened the buckles. Inside he found a few personal items, a tin-type photograph of a family, a worn Bible, a letter sealed with wax. He didn't open the letter, but noted the address written on the front. Sarah Mitchell, Silver Creek, Montana Territory. He set the satchel down carefully and examined the rest of the compartment. The blanket, when he unfolded it, was clean and neatly pressed. Beneath one seat he found a carpet bag, its contents similarly mundane: clothing, a shaving kit, a small wooden box containing what looked like trinkets or keepsakes. Everything suggested recent occupation. The items were arranged as if someone had just stepped away for a moment, intending to return. Yet the coach remained empty. Samuel sat on one of the seats, the leather cold beneath him even through his coat. He listened. There it was again. A thread of sound, faint as breath. Voices, perhaps, or the echo of voices. A murmur, like conversation heard through a wall. But the coach had no other compartments, no hidden spaces. He stood and pressed his ear to the wall. The sound faded, then returned, shifting in tone, rising and falling like memories shaken loose. He stepped back outside onto the snowy ground. The cold air felt sharp after the strange stillness of the coach interior. He called out once more for the stranger, his voice carrying a few yards before the snowfall devoured it. No response. Samuel walked around the entire coach, examining every surface, every corner. The horses remained motionless. The driver's box remained empty. The road stretched away in both directions, unmarked except for the tracks the coach itself had made, and even those were rapidly filling with fresh snow. He returned to the cabin door and paused, looking back at the stage. It sat there in the falling snow, its lanterns glowing softly, a picture of normalcy that felt deeply wrong. He entered the cabin, closed the door behind him, and stood for a moment in the warmth, trying to make sense of what he'd found. Or rather, what he hadn't found. Samuel removed his coat and hung it by the stove, though he kept his eyes on the window. Through the frost-rimmed glass he could still see the coach's lanterns glowing, two steady points of light in the darkness. He poured himself another cup of coffee, more for the comfort of routine than any real desire for it. He sat at his small desk and opened the station log, reading over the entries as though confirmation might erase the last hour. 6:40 a.m., next stage. He tapped the page. No amendments, no messages from the telegraph, no scheduled night service. He shut the book. His eyes drifted back to the window. The stranger had not returned. Samuel felt the weight of that absence now, heavier than before. He rose and stepped to the door, opening it a crack. Cold air rushed in. "Hello? Are you out there?" The wind carried his words away. He closed the door and stood in the centre of the cabin, uncertain. Every instinct told him to go back out, to search more thoroughly, but another part of him, quieter and deeper, urged caution. He compromised. He pulled his coat back on, took up his lantern and stepped outside once more. This time he walked past the coach, following the road in the direction from which it had come. His boots broke through the snow's crust with each step, leaving deep impressions. He walked perhaps 100 yards, sweeping the lantern from side to side, searching for tracks, for any sign of where the driver might have gone. There was nothing. The road was smooth, untouched except by the coach's own wheel marks. No footprints led away from the vehicle, no signs of struggle or distress, just snow falling steadily, covering everything in its cold embrace. He turned back, retracing his steps. When he reached the coach again, he noticed something he'd missed before. On the driver's box, barely visible in the accumulating snow, was a small object. He climbed up and brushed the snow away. A pocket watch, silver, its chain broken. He picked it up carefully and opened the cover. The watch had stopped at 11:07. Inside the cover was an engraving, "To James, with love." He closed it and slipped it into his pocket. The driver's name, perhaps. James. But where was James now? Samuel climbed down and walked to the rear of the coach. He stood there, staring into the darkness beyond, where the road disappeared into the storm. The snow fell harder now, each flake distinct in the lantern light before joining the countless others on the ground. He heard it then, a sound so faint he almost dismissed it. Singing. A woman's voice, soft and distant, carrying a melody he didn't recognize. He turned slowly, trying to locate the source. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, drifting on the wind. He walked toward the coach's passenger door, the singing growing slightly louder. He placed his hand on the door handle. The singing stopped. He opened the door. Empty. The interior lamp still glowed. The satchel still rested on the seat, but something had changed. On the opposite seat where the carpetbag had been, there now sat a single item, a woman's shawl, deep blue, embroidered with silver thread in the pattern of stars. He reached for it, hesitated, then withdrew his hand. He had not seen this shawl before. He was certain of it. Samuel backed away from the coach, his heart beating faster now. The wind picked up, sending snow swirling in small vortices around the wheels. The horses remained still, their heads bowed as if in sleep or prayer. He returned to the cabin, closing the door firmly behind him. He set the lantern on the desk and sat heavily in his chair. The pocket watch lay in his palm, its silver surface reflecting the lamplight. He wound it carefully, listening to the mechanism click and whir. The hands began to move again, ticking forward from 11:07. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It read 11:45. 38 minutes had passed since he'd first heard the coach approaching. 38 minutes of searching, finding nothing and everything at once. Samuel set the watch beside his coffee cup and stared at it. Outside, the coach waited in the snow, its lanterns burning steadily, guarding their secrets. The cabin felt smaller now, pressed in by the weight of the night. Samuel rose and walked to the window, wiping away the condensation with his sleeve. The coach remained where it had stopped, unchanged, patient. The horses had not moved. The falling snow had begun to cover the wheel tracks, softening the evidence of the coach's arrival. He turned away and paced the length of the small room. 3 steps, one way, 3 steps back. His mind worked over the details, trying to find a logical explanation. A driver who had wandered off in confusion, perhaps struck by the cold. Passengers who had walked ahead to the station but missed it in the storm. A watch dropped by accident. A shawl forgotten by a previous traveller, but none of it fit together properly. The pieces remained scattered, refusing to form a complete picture. He stopped pacing and stood before the stove, letting its heat wash over him. The fire crackled softly, a comforting sound that belonged to the world he understood. A soft knock at the door made him start. He turned, heart hammering. The knock came again, polite, unhurried. He crossed to the door and opened it. The stranger stood there, his hat in his hands, snow dusting his shoulders. His face was calm, his eyes kind. "Beg pardon for disturbing you, sir," the stranger said. "Thought I should let you know before I continue on." Samuel stared at him. "Continue on? In this storm?" The stranger nodded. "I've got a ways to go yet. Family's expecting me." He glanced toward the coach. "Strange business with that stage. I walked the road a fair piece, looking for the driver. Found nothing. Tracks just seemed to disappear." "Come inside," Samuel said, stepping aside. "Warm yourself at least before you go." The stranger hesitated, then shook his head gently. "Kind of you, but I should be moving. I've kept folks waiting long enough." He replaced his hat, pulling it low against the wind. "That coach, though. I expect it came for someone. Maybe not us." Samuel felt a chill that had nothing to do with the open door. "What do you mean?" The stranger smiled, a small, sad expression. "Christmas Eve's a strange time, sir. Things come and go that don't quite belong to the daylight hours. I've seen it before." He extended his hand. "Name's Daniel Sawyer. I thank you for your kindness tonight." Samuel shook his hand. The stranger's grip was firm but oddly cool. "Where are you headed, Mr. Sawyer?" "Home," the stranger said simply. "Been away too long." He stepped back into the snow. "You take care now, and don't worry too much about that coach. It'll leave when it's ready." "Wait," Samuel called. But the stranger had already turned and walked into the darkness. Within moments, the falling snow had erased him completely, leaving no trace of his passing. Samuel stood in the doorway staring after him, then slowly closed the door. He returned to the window and pressed his face close to the glass. The stranger's footprint should have been visible, dark impressions in the white. but the snow before the cabin lay smooth and undisturbed, as if no one had approached the door at all. Samuel backed away from the window. His hands were shaking. He clasped them together, willing them to be still. The pocket watch on his desk ticked steadily, its sound suddenly loud in the quiet cabin. He picked it up and studied the engraving again. To James, with love. He wondered about James, wondered about the stranger, Daniel Sawyer, wondered about the coach that sat outside, patient and mysterious. The clock on the wall showed midnight. Christmas Day had arrived, silent and cold. Samuel sat at his desk and opened the logbook. His hand hovered over the page, pen poised. What should he write? What could he write that would make sense in the morning light? He set the pen down without writing anything. Some things, he decided, were not meant for official records. He closed the book and leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the window. The coach's lanterns glowed steadily, 2 constant stars in the dark. Sleep pulled at Samuel, though he fought it. The warmth of the cabin, the steady tick of the clocks, the soft hiss of the stove, all conspired to drag his eyelids down. He jerked awake twice, each time finding the cabin exactly as it had been, the coach still visible through the window. The third time his eyes closed, they stayed closed. He dreamed of horses running through snow, their hooves silent, their breath forming clouds that rose and became stars. He dreamed of a woman in a blue shawl standing at the edge of a road waiting. She turned to look at him, and her face was kind but unfamiliar. She smiled and gestured towards something behind her, but when he tried to see what it was, the dream shifted. Now he stood beside the stagecoach, but it was summer. The snow had vanished, replaced by tall grass and wildflowers. The coach door opened and passengers stepped out, their faces indistinct but their voices warm with greeting. They walked past him, toward a building he couldn't quite see, their laughter fading into the distance. He turned to follow them and found the stranger, Daniel, standing beside him. The young man placed a hand on Samuel's shoulder. "Time to let them go," Daniel said softly. "They've reached their destination." Samuel tried to ask what he meant, but his voice wouldn't work. Daniel smiled and walked after the passengers, his form becoming transparent in the sunlight, then fading entirely. Samuel stood alone beside the empty coach, the summer day bright and warm around him. He woke to pale light filtering through the window. The stove had burned low, and the cabin had grown cold. He sat up quickly, disoriented, his neck stiff from sleeping in the chair. The clock showed 5:30 in the morning. Dawn was still an hour away, but the darkness had begun to thin, turning from black to deep blue. Samuel stood and walked to the window. His breath caught. The coach was gone. The space where it had stood was empty, marked only by faint depressions in the snow where the wheels had rested. Even those were rapidly disappearing as new snow filled them in. He grabbed his coat and rushed outside, not bothering to button it. The cold struck him like a physical blow, but he barely noticed. He ran to where the coach had been, searching the ground for any sign. The snow here was undisturbed, smooth, as if nothing had ever stood upon it. He turned in a slow circle, scanning the road in both directions. Nothing. No tracks leading away. No wheel marks on the road. No hoof prints. The coach had vanished as completely as if it had never existed. He stood in the pale pre-dawn light, alone in the snow, his breath coming in quick clouds. A sound reached him then, distant but growing closer. The familiar jingle of harness brass, the creak of leather, the thud of the hooves. He turned toward the sound and saw, coming around the bend in the road, a stagecoach, a real one, solid and substantial, pulled by a 6-horse team. The driver sat bundled in his box, calling encouragement to the horses. Samuel watched it approach, this ordinary coach on its scheduled run, and felt reality settle back around him like a familiar coat. The stage pulled up before the cabin, and the driver touched his hat brim in greeting. "Morning, Samuel. Merry Christmas to you," Samuel found his voice. "Morning, Jack. Merry Christmas." He walked closer, helping as Jack climbed down from the box. How was the road? Slow going, Jack said, stamping his feet. Snow's deep in places. We're running about an hour behind schedule. He gestured toward the coach. Got a full load today. Folks heading home for Christmas, and we're carrying someone special. Oh? Samuel's voice sounded distant to his own ears. Jack nodded, his expression growing solemn. Young fellow. Died couple days ago in Silver Creek. Family lives down in Pine Ridge. We're taking him home. He walked to the rear of the coach, where a simple pine coffin was strapped to the luggage rack. Name was Sawyer. Daniel Sawyer. 22 years old. Fever took him sudden-like. Samuel felt the world tilt slightly. He steadied himself against the coach. Daniel Sawyer, he repeated softly. You know him? Jack asked. No, Samuel said after a moment. No, I didn't know him. He looked at the coffin, at the rope holding it secure, at the fresh wood still pale with newness. That's a hard thing. To die so young, so far from home. It is, Jack agreed. But we'll see him there by tonight. His mother will be waiting. He glanced at the cabin. You got coffee on? My bones could use some warming. Samuel led him inside, moving automatically through the motions of hospitality. He poured coffee, added wood to the stove, listened to Jack talk about the weather and the road conditions. All the while, his mind was elsewhere, replaying the night's events. When Jack finished his coffee and prepared to leave, Samuel followed him back outside. The passengers had remained in the coach, wrapped in blankets, dozing. Jack climbed back onto the driver's box and gathered the reins. Say, Samuel, he called down. Almost forgot. We picked up something along the road about a mile back. Found it lying in the snow. Thought it might be yours. He reached into his coat and pulled out a pocket watch, dangling it by its broken chain. Silver, with an engraving. Samuel took it, his hand steady now. He opened the cover. To James, with love. He looked up at Jack. Where did you say you found this? Mile back, maybe less. Right in the middle of the road, like someone dropped it. Figured it might have bounced off our coach earlier in the week, but I checked the passenger list. No James on any recent runs, he shrugged. Mystery, I suppose. Yes, Samuel said. A mystery. He closed the watch and slipped it into his pocket. Thank you, Jack. The coach pulled away, wheels crunching through the snow, harness brass jingling. Samuel watched until it disappeared around the bend, carrying Daniel Sawyer home for Christmas. He stood in the growing light, the pocket watch heavy in his pocket, and thought about the stranger who had knocked on his door. The stranger with kind eyes and a calm voice. The stranger who had said he was going home. Samuel walked slowly back to the cabin. At the doorstep he paused and looked down. There, pressed into the snow, was a single clear footprint. Just one, leading toward the door but not away from it. He knelt beside it, touching the edge with his fingers. The impression was deep and distinct, made by a boot, facing the cabin as if someone had stood there waiting to knock. But there were no other prints. No path leading to this spot, no trail leading away. Just this one mark in the snow, slowly filling as the flakes continued to fall. Samuel spent the rest of the dawn hours in the cabin, tending to his duties with quiet efficiency. He stoked the fire, prepared breakfast he didn't eat, marked the logbook with careful notes about Jack's stage and its schedule. He did not write about the other coach, did not mention the stranger named Daniel, did not record the things that made no sense in the practical world. But he kept the pocket watch. He set it on the desk where he could see it, and every so often he would pick it up and turn it over in his hands, feeling the weight of it, the realness of it. Evidence that something had happened, even if he couldn't explain what. The sun rose fully, turning the snow-covered landscape into a brilliant white expanse. The sky cleared, revealing a deep winter blue, Christmas morning in all its cold glory. Samuel watched it through the window, grateful for the light, for the way it pushed back the mysteries of the night. Around mid-morning, he bundled up and walked the perimeter of the station, checking fences and feed supplies, doing the work that kept his hands busy and his mind occupied. When he returned to the cabin, he found something that made him stop in his tracks. On the doorstep where the single footprint had been, now sat a small object. He picked it up carefully. A compass, brass, worn smooth with use. He opened it. The needle swung lazily, settling on north. Inside the cover was an inscription, the letters faint but readable. DS. May you always find your way home. Samuel closed the compass and held it in his palm. He looked out across the snow, toward the road where the coach had stood, where Daniel Sawyer had walked into the storm. You found your way, he said softly to the empty air. Merry Christmas, Daniel. He took the compass inside and placed it beside the pocket watch. 2 objects, 2 stories, 2 mysteries that would never be fully solved. He sat at his desk and finally, with steady hand, opened the logbook to a fresh page. December 25th, Christmas Day. He paused, then continued writing. Stage arrived 6:40 a.m. Driver Jack Morrison, passengers safe. 1 coffin transport Daniel Sawyer, age 22, to Pine Ridge. Found 1 pocket watch, 1 compass. Origins unknown. He set the pen down and read what he'd written. It was true enough. The parts he'd left out, the parts that belonged to the night and to the snow, could remain unwritten. Some stories didn't need official records. Some stories lived better in the quiet spaces, in the moments between sleep and waking, in the mysteries that Christmas Eve sometimes offered to those who kept watch in lonely places. The day passed slowly, as days do at remote stations where time moves to its own rhythm. Samuel performed his duties, checked the road for signs of the evening stage, kept the fire burning steady. He made himself eat something around noon, more from discipline than hunger, and afterward allowed himself to rest in the chair by the stove. He didn't mean to sleep, but sleep found him anyway, gentle and brief. When he woke, the afternoon sun was slanting through the window, painting the cabin walls in shades of gold. He rose and stretched, feeling the stiffness in his joints, and walked to the window to check the weather. The snow had stopped. The sky remained clear, the kind of crystalline clarity that only comes after a storm. The road stretched away in both directions, a white ribbon through the darker landscape, beautiful and peaceful. Samuel smiled slightly. It was, he thought, a good Christmas day. A movement caught his eye. Far down the road, coming from the direction of Pine Ridge, a figure on horseback. Samuel watched as the rider approached, moving at a steady pace. As the rider drew closer, Samuel could make out more details. A woman, bundled in a heavy coat, her horse picking its way carefully through the snow. She reined in before the cabin, and Samuel stepped outside to greet her. She was perhaps 50, with grey-streaked hair tucked beneath a knit cap, her face weathered but kind. She dismounted with practised ease and nodded to him. "Good afternoon," she said. "I'm Sarah Sawyer. I'm looking for the Pine Ridge stage. Has it passed through yet?" Samuel felt something catch in his chest. "Mrs. Sawyer, the stage came through this morning, heading south. It was carrying—" He paused, choosing his words carefully. "It was carrying your son home." Her eyes filled, but she didn't cry. She simply nodded, as if confirming something she already knew. "I felt him pass by," she said quietly. "Felt it in my heart around dawn. I was at the house, preparing things, and suddenly I knew he was on his way." She looked at Samuel directly. "Did you see the coffin? Was it properly done?" "It was," Samuel assured her. "Pinewood, clean and new. The driver, Jack Morrison, was taking great care. Your son will be home by nightfall." She nodded again, then reached into her coat and pulled out a small cloth bundle. She unwrapped it carefully, revealing a blue shawl embroidered with silver stars. Samuel's breath caught. It was the same shawl he'd seen in the phantom coach. "My grandmother made this for me," Mrs. Sawyer said. "I sent it to Daniel 2 months ago when the weather first turned cold. Wanted him to give it to the girl he was courting, but he never got the chance." She held it up, and the stars caught the afternoon light. "I was going to put it in the coffin with him, but this morning I found it on my kitchen table, just sitting there folded neat, and I knew." "Knew what?" Samuel asked softly. "That he'd been home already, that he'd come to say goodbye." She refolded the shawl and tucked it away. "Sounds foolish, I know, but a mother knows these things." Samuel thought of the night before, of the coach that appeared and vanished, of Daniel standing at his door with snow on his shoulders and peace in his eyes. "It doesn't sound foolish at all," he said. Mrs. Sawyer mounted her horse again, settling into the saddle. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Bridger, Samuel Bridger. Thank you, Mr. Bridger." She turned her horse toward the South Road, then paused. "He was a good boy, my Daniel. Gentle soul, always helping folks even when it cost him. He wouldn't have wanted us to grieve too hard." "I'm sure he was," Samuel said, and meant it. She rode away, her horse's hoofprints leaving dark marks in the snow. Samuel watched until she disappeared from view, then returned to the cabin. He stood at his desk, looking at the pocket watch and the compass. He picked up the compass and opened it again, studying the inscription. "May you always find your way home." Daniel had found his way. First to say goodbye to his mother, leaving the shawl as a sign. Then stopping here, perhaps, to help a lonely night-keeper understand that some mysteries were gentle ones, that the line between worlds grew thin on certain nights, allowing those who needed to pass through one last time. Samuel closed the compass and placed it carefully in his vest pocket, where he could feel its weight against his heart. The pocket watch he left on the desk, where it would remain as a reminder. He didn't know who James was, who had given him the watch with love, but perhaps that didn't matter. Perhaps it was enough to know that love persisted, even after its objects were gone. The evening stage arrived right on schedule, its lanterns bright in the gathering dusk. Samuel helped the passengers disembark, offered them coffee and warmth while the drive attended to his team. There were families, couples, a few solitary travellers, all making their way to somewhere they called home. One passenger, an elderly man with a white beard and twinkling eyes, lingered at the cabin door as the others boarded again. "Fine evening," he said to Samuel. "Clear as crystal. Good night for travelling." "It is," Samuel agreed. The old man studied him with keen attention. "You've got the look of a man who's seen something he can't quite explain." Samuel smiled slightly. "Do I?" "Oh yes, I've seen that look before. Usually on Christmas." He patted Samuel's shoulder. "Don't worry about it, friend. The things we can't explain are often the most important ones. They remind us there's more to the world than what we can see and touch." "Wise words," Samuel said. "Not mine. My wife used to say them. She passed 3 years ago, but I still hear her voice sometimes, especially at Christmas. Especially when I'm alone." He smiled. "Makes me think she's not so far away after all." He climbed aboard the coach, and the driver called out to the horses. The stage rolled away into the darkness, its lanterns swaying, leaving Samuel alone once more. But it was a different kind of alone now, a less lonely one. He went back inside and stoked the fire for the night. The cabin glowed warm and golden, a small point of light in the vast darkness. He made himself a proper dinner, ate it slowly and washed his dishes with care. These simple acts felt important now, meaningful. They were the substance of life, the ordinary magic that sustained the world. Before he settled in for the night, he stepped outside one last time. The sky had filled with stars, countless points of light scattered across the velvet darkness. He found himself looking for one star in particular, brighter than the others, and there it was, low on the western horizon, brilliant and steady. He thought of the star Daniel's mother had embroidered on the shawl, of the compass pointing home, of the watch that had stopped and started again. All of them, in their way, were about finding direction, about knowing where you belonged. Samuel had lived alone at this station for 20 years, and he had thought of it as isolation. But standing under the stars on Christmas night, he understood it differently. He wasn't isolated. He was a keeper of crossroads, a tender of passages. His cabin was a point of light for travellers in the darkness, a place where roads met and parted, where journeys ended and began. And sometimes, on nights like this one, it was a place where the boundary between one world and another grew thin enough for those who needed it to slip through, to finish their journeys, to find their way home. He touched the compass in his pocket, feeling its solid weight. "Safe travels wherever you are," he whispered to the night. Then he went inside, closed the door, and let the peace of Christmas settle over him like a warm blanket. Samuel woke on the morning of December 26th to find the world transformed. Sunlight streamed through the cabin windows, turning the snow outside into a field of diamonds. He rose, dressed, and went about his morning routine with a lighter step than usual. The night had been dreamless and restful, and he felt refreshed in a way he hadn't for a long time. He was making coffee when he heard horses approaching. He looked out to see not a stage, but a small wagon pulled by 2 mules. The driver was a young woman, perhaps 25, with auburn hair tucked under a practical hat. She pulled up before the cabin and climbed down, her movements quick and efficient. Samuel stepped outside to meet her. "Morning, ma'am. Can I help you?" She smiled, a warm expression that lit up her whole face. "I hope so. I'm Catherine Mitchell. My Aunt Sarah lives down in Silver Creek. I'm trying to get to her place, but I'm not sure I'm on the right road." She pulled a folded paper from her pocket. "I've got directions, but they're a bit confusing." Silver Creek. The name was familiar. Samuel remembered the letter in the satchel from the phantom coach, addressed to Sarah Mitchell. "Let me see," he said, taking the paper. He read through the directions, nodding. "You're on the right road, but you've got about 8 miles yet to go. Road gets tricky in a few places, especially after the snow." "I was afraid of that," she said. She looked at her mules, then back at Samuel. "Would it be too much trouble to ask for some feed for my team? I'll pay, of course." "No trouble at all," Samuel said. "And no payment. Needed. It's Christmas season. Consider it hospitality." While she tended to her mules, giving them feed and water, Samuel invited her inside for coffee. She accepted gratefully, warming her hands around the cup. They talked easily, the conversation flowing naturally. She told him about her aunt, a widow who lived alone and who Catherine tried to visit several times a year. "She doesn't get many visitors," Catherine said. "Her husband passed 5 years ago, and they never had children. I worry about her, all alone out there." Samuel thought about loneliness, about isolation, about the ways people found connection even in remote places. Does she have everything she needs? The winter supplies, I mean? Oh yes, she's very self-sufficient. Keeps chickens, has a good root cellar, chops her own wood, stubborn as they come. Catherine smiled fondly, but I still like to check on her, make sure she's truly all right. They talked for nearly an hour, and Samuel found himself enjoying the company more than he'd expected. Catherine was intelligent, good-humoured, and clearly capable. She ran a small ranch of her own, she told him, raising cattle and horses. It was hard work, but she loved it. When she finally rose to leave, thanking him for the coffee and feed, Samuel walked her to her wagon. On impulse, he said, "If you're coming back this way in a day or 2, stop by again. I'd be glad of the company." She looked at him with thoughtful eyes, then smiled. "I will. That's kind of you, Mr. Bridger." "Samuel," he said. "Please, call me Samuel." "Catherine," she replied, extending her hand. He shook it, feeling the strength in her grip. He watched her wagon roll away down the snow-packed road, and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Anticipation. The prospect of seeing someone again, of continuing a conversation, of building something that might over time become friendship. Or perhaps more. He went back inside, shaking his head at himself. "You're an old fool," he muttered, but he was smiling. The cabin felt different now, less like a lonely outpost, and more like a home with open doors. The next few days passed in their usual rhythm. Stages came and went, passengers disembarked and boarded, mail was exchanged, and messages came through on the telegraph wire. Samuel performed his duties faithfully, but found his thoughts drifting often to Catherine Mitchell, wondering if she would indeed stop by on her return journey. On the 3rd day after Christmas she did. Her wagon appeared in the afternoon, and Samuel felt an unexpected surge of pleasure at the sight. She pulled up before the cabin, and he went out to meet her. "How was your visit?" he asked, as she climbed down. "Wonderful. Aunt Sarah was so glad to see me. We talked for hours." She paused. "She told me something interesting. She said a few days ago on Christmas Eve she felt her nephew pass by. Daniel was his name. He'd died up in Silver Creek, and they were bringing him home. She said she knew the exact moment his body went past her house, heading south." Samuel felt the familiar tightness in his chest. Did she now? Yes, She's always been a bit sensitive that way, knowing things she shouldn't be able to know. When I was a girl, I thought it was just superstition, but I've seen too many examples now to doubt it. Catherine looked at him curiously. Did you see that stage? The one carrying Daniel Sawyer? I did, Samuel said carefully. It came through on Christmas morning? Catherine nodded slowly. Aunt Sarah said something else. She said Daniel came to visit her the night before. Just his spirit, you understand. He left her a shawl that he'd been carrying, left it on her kitchen table. She showed it to me, blue, with silver stars. Samuel said nothing, just waited. You don't seem surprised, Catherine observed. I've learned, Samuel said slowly, that there are more things in this world than can be easily explained, especially at Christmas, especially in lonely places where the veil between things seems thinner. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Catherine said, Would you like to walk with me? Just a little way. I need to stretch my legs before I go on. They walked together along the road, boots crunching in the packed snow. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the white landscape. Catherine spoke of her ranch, her plans for the spring, the challenges of running a place alone. Samuel found himself telling her about the station, about his 20 years here, about the strange beauty of isolated places. Don't you get lonely? She asked. Sometimes, he admitted. But there's a difference between loneliness and solitude. Solitude can be peaceful. Loneliness is what happens when you forget you're connected to the world. That's a wise distinction, she said. They turned back toward the cabin, and Samuel felt the conversation winding down. He didn't want her to leave, but knew she had miles yet to go. When they reached her wagon, she paused before climbing up. Samuel, she said, I come this way fairly regularly, visiting Aunt Sarah, taking supplies to folks in the area. Would it be all right if I made a habit of stopping here? I enjoy talking with you. He felt warmth spread through his chest. I'd like that very much. She smiled, and there was something in that smile that spoke of possibilities. Then I'll see you soon. He watched her wagon disappear down the road, and this time when he went back inside, the cabin didn't feel lonely at all. It felt like a place where people stopped, where conversations happened, where connections were made. It felt like a home. Winter deepened, but Samuel found it less harsh than in previous years. Catherine stopped by regularly, sometimes staying for an hour, sometimes for half a day when the weather was particularly bad, and she needed to wait for conditions to improve. They talked about everything and nothing, sharing stories, trading observations about the world and their places in it. He learned that she'd been married once, briefly, to a man who died in a ranching accident. She'd thought about leaving, starting over somewhere else, but found she couldn't. The land had claimed her. She understood, she said, why Samuel had stayed at his station for 20 years. Some places became part of you. They never spoke again about the phantom coach or Daniel Sawyer's spirit visit, but the experience had changed something in Samuel. He found himself more attuned to the subtle strangeness of the world, more willing to accept that mystery was not something to be solved, but something to be acknowledged. One afternoon in late January, as Catherine was preparing to leave after a visit, she turned to him and said, Samuel, would you like to come to dinner sometime, at my ranch? It's not fancy, but I'm a decent cook, and I'd like to return some of your hospitality. He didn't hesitate. I'd be honoured. They made arrangements for his replacement to cover the station for an evening, and the following week, Samuel found himself riding through the winter landscape toward Catherine's ranch. It was his first time leaving the station in months, and the change of scenery felt like waking from a long sleep. Her ranch was small but well maintained, with a sturdy house and outbuildings in good repair. She greeted him at the door, and they spent the evening in easy conversation over a simple but excellent meal. Afterward they sat by her fireplace drinking coffee, talking until late into the night. When he finally rose to leave, she walked him to the door. Thank you for coming, she said. This has been really nice. It has, he agreed. He hesitated, then added, Catherine, I'm not a young man anymore, and I'm set in my ways. But I find myself thinking about you more than I probably should. She smiled, a gentle, understanding expression. "I'm glad I'm not the only one." They looked at each other in the lamplight, and something unspoken passed between them, an acknowledgement of possibility, of something that could grow if given time and care. "I should go," he said reluctantly. "You should," she agreed, but neither of them moved. Finally she laughed softly. "Good night, Samuel. Good night, Catherine." He rode back to the station through the darkness, the stars brilliant overhead, and felt younger than he had in years. The world seemed full of possibilities again, full of the unexpected kindness that came when you least expected it. Spring arrived slowly, the snow melting in patches, revealing the brown earth beneath. The days grew longer, warmer, and the stage traffic increased as travellers took advantage of the improving weather. Samuel went about his work with renewed energy, looking forward to Catherine's visits, which had become a regular part of his life. One afternoon in early April he found something that made him pause. He was cleaning, out a storage room in the cabin, sorting through old equipment and supplies, when he came across a small wooden box he didn't remember seeing before. He opened it and found, nestled in faded cloth, a tin-type photograph and a letter. The photograph showed a young couple, formal and stiff in their Sunday best. The woman wore a dress with a high collar, the man a suit that looked slightly too large. They weren't smiling, people rarely did in photographs, but there was something gentle in their expressions. On the back in faded ink, James and Margaret, 1873, the letter was addressed to James in a woman's handwriting. Samuel hesitated, feeling like an intruder, but curiosity won. He unfolded it carefully. The paper was brittle with age. "My dearest James," the letter began. "By the time you read this, I will be gone. The doctor says it's only a matter of days now. I'm not afraid, but I am sad to leave you. We had so few years together, and I wanted so many more. I've asked my sister to give you this letter along with the watch. I had it engraved for you, something to remember me by. May it remind you that love doesn't end when life does. May it remind you to live fully even after I'm gone. Don't mourn too long, my dear. Find joy again. Find someone to share the rest of your days with. That's what I want for you. I'll be waiting on the other side whenever you're ready to join me. Until then, know that you were my greatest happiness." Your Margaret. Samuel read the letter twice, then carefully refolded it and placed it back in the box with the photograph. The pocket watch on his desk suddenly made more sense. To James, with love. This was Margaret's gift, her final message to her husband. He wondered how the watch had ended up on the road where Jack Morrison had found it. Had James lost it there? Had he died nearby? Or was it something else? Something connected to the mystery of Christmas Eve and the phantom coach? He thought about the letter's message. Don't mourn too long. Find joy again. Good advice, whether you were James or Samuel or anyone else who'd lost something precious. Life was for the living, and mourning could become a prison if you let it. He placed the box on the shelf beside the compass and the watch. Together, they formed a kind of shrine to the mystery of that Christmas Eve. Objects that spoke of journeys ended and begun, of love that persisted, of the thin places where worlds touched. That evening, when Catherine stopped by, he showed her the letter and photograph. She read in silence, then carefully returned them to their box. "That's beautiful," she said softly. "And sad." "It is," Samuel agreed, "but also hopeful in its way. She wanted him to live even after she was gone." Catherine looked at him thoughtfully. "That takes real love, to want someone's happiness even when you can't be part of it anymore." They sat quietly for a moment. Then Samuel said, "I've been thinking about the future, about changes." "What kind of changes?" Catherine asked. "I've been at this station for 20 years. Maybe it's time for something different. Not right away, but eventually." He met her eyes. If there was a reason to. She smiled slowly. There might be a reason. If someone was willing to take a chance on an old cowgirl with a small ranch and too much stubbornness for her own good. "I might know someone like that," he said. They both laughed, and the tension broke. But the understanding remained. They had time. They could take it slow, but the possibility was there, clear and real. Summer came, painting the landscape in shades of green and gold. The station remained busy with traffic, and Samuel continued his work, but now with a different perspective. He'd put in a request for retirement to take effect in the fall. The company had accepted, and a replacement was being trained. He and Catherine talked often about what would come next. He would help her on the ranch, learning the work gradually. They talked about marriage, tentatively at first, then with more certainty. There was no rush, they agreed. They'd been alone long enough to know their own minds. One evening in late August, Samuel stood outside the cabin watching the sunset. The sky burned orange and pink, the colours reflected in the thin clouds. Catherine rode up the road, earlier than he'd expected, and he walked out to meet her. She dismounted quickly, her expression troubled. "Samuel, I need to tell you something. Aunt Sarah passed away this morning, peacefully, in her sleep. I've just come from there." "I'm sorry," he said, taking her hand. "I know you were close." "We were," she squeezed his hand, "but that's not all. When I was going through her things, helping her neighbour prepare for the funeral, I found something, a journal. She wrote in it every day." Catherine pulled a small leather-bound book from her saddlebag. "Listen to this." She opened to a marked page and read, "December 24th. Such a strange and wonderful night. I felt Daniel's presence so strongly, as if he was right here in the room. When I woke this morning, the shawl I'd sent him was on my table. I know. He came to say goodbye. He was on his way home, stopping by to see me one last time. The coach that carried him passed by at dawn, and I felt it in my heart. My boy found his way home." Catherine turned the page. "But here's the part that matters." She wrote, "I wonder if he stopped anywhere else along the way. If he helped anyone else the way he always helped people in life. That would be like him. To use even his final journey to do good." She closed the book and looked at Samuel. "He did stop somewhere else, here. He helped you, didn't he, on Christmas Eve?" Samuel thought about that night, about Daniel standing at his door, about searching the phantom coach, about the compass and the watch. "I think maybe we helped each other," he said slowly. "He was finding his way home. I was learning that home wasn't just a place, it was connection. It was being open to possibility." Catherine nodded. "Aunt Sarah wrote one more thing about it. She said, Daniel's last gift was to remind people that love doesn't end, that we're all connected even across the boundary of death, that the important thing is to keep our hearts open." "Wise woman," Samuel said. "She was." Catherine tucked the journal away. "The funeral's in 3 days. Will you come with me?" "Of course." They stood together in the fading light, watching the sun slip below the horizon. Samuel thought about endings and beginnings, about journeys completed and journeys just starting, about the mysterious way life wove itself together, connecting people across time and distance in ways no one could fully understand. "Catherine," he said, "when we get married, I'd like to do it at Christmas, if that's all right with you." She looked surprised, then thoughtful. Because of what happened? Partly, but also because Christmas is about hope, about light in darkness, about things being born new. He smiled. "Seemed fitting?" She kissed his cheek. "Christmas it is." Fall arrived in a blaze of colour. Samuel trained his replacement, a young man named Thomas who was eager and attentive. Samuel found himself enjoying the mentorship, passing on not just the practical knowledge but the philosophy of the work. The station was more than a place, he told Thomas. It was a responsibility, a trust. You were keeping people safe, helping them on their journeys. Thomas listened carefully, asking good questions, proving himself capable. Samuel felt confident leaving the station in his hands. On his last day, Samuel packed his few belongings into a trunk. The cabin looked strange without his personal touches, already transforming into Thomas's space. But there were a few items Samuel took particular care with. The pocket watch, the compass, the photograph, and letter he'd found. These he wrapped carefully and placed in his saddlebag. Catherine arrived in the afternoon to help him move. Together they loaded his belongings onto a wagon. Thomas shook his hand, thanked him for his teachings, and promised to uphold the station's reputation. Samuel believed him. As they drove away, Samuel looked back once. The cabin sat peaceful in the afternoon sun, smoke rising from its chimney, Thomas visible in the doorway. It looked exactly as it had when Samuel had first arrived 20 years ago. Timeless, waiting. "No regrets?" Catherine asked. "None," Samuel said, and meant it. Life on Catherine's ranch suited Samuel better than he'd expected. He learned the work gradually, his years of physical labour at the station serving him well. He rose early, tended animals, mended fences, helped with the countless tasks that kept a ranch running. His body ached at the end of each day, but it was a good ache, the ache of useful work. He and Catherine fell into an easy rhythm, working side by side during the day, sharing meals and conversation in the evening. They discovered they were compatible in the ways that mattered. Neither minded silence. Both valued hard work. They could discuss difficult topics without anger, laugh at the same things, support each other through challenges. As Christmas approached, they made preparations for their wedding. It would be small, just a few friends and neighbours at the church in Silver Creek. Catherine's aunt was gone, but Samuel felt her presence in the planning, as if she was watching over them with approval. The wedding took place on Christmas Eve, in the late afternoon as the sun began to set. The church was simple but beautiful, decorated with pine boughs and candles. Catherine wore a dress of deep blue, the same blue, Samuel realised, as the shawl embroidered with stars. She was beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with youth, and everything to do with character and strength. They spoke their vows clearly, promising to honour and support each other through whatever life brought. The minister pronounced them married, and Samuel kissed his wife for the first time. The small congregation applauded. Afterward, there was a modest celebration at a neighbour's house. Food, music, laughter. Samuel found himself enjoying it more than he'd expected, feeling surrounded by warmth and goodwill. These weren't close friends. He'd been too solitary for too long to have many of those. But they were community, and that mattered. As the evening wore on and the celebration wound down, Samuel and Catherine slipped away. They rode home together through the darkness, the wagon creaking gently, their breath rising in clouds. The stars were brilliant overhead, countless points of light scattered across the velvet sky. Catherine leaned against his shoulder. "Happy?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Very." They rode in comfortable silence for a while. Then Samuel said, "Look, there." A star, brighter than the others, hung low on the western horizon. The same star Samuel had seen on that Christmas Eve a year ago. He thought of Daniel Sawyer, of the phantom coach, of the mysterious journey that had changed his life. "Make a wish," Catherine said softly. Samuel thought about it. He had everything he needed already. A home, a partner, a purpose. What more could he wish for? Then it came to him. "I wish," he said, "for us to help others the way others have helped us, to be a light for people who need it." "That's a good wish," Catherine said. "I'll wish for the same." They continued home, and Samuel felt a deep contentment settle over him. The world was full of mysteries, some dark, some bright, all of them woven together into a pattern too large to see. But you didn't need to see the whole pattern. You just needed to live your part of it as well as you could, with kindness, with courage, with openness to the unexpected gifts life offered. When they reached the ranch, Samuel helped Catherine down from the wagon, and they stood for a moment looking at their home. Light glowed in the windows. Smoke rose from the chimney. It looked welcoming and warm, a place of safety and rest. "Ready?" Catherine asked. "Ready," Samuel said. They went inside together, closing the door on the cold night, opening the door on their new life. And somewhere in the darkness, in the thin places between worlds, Daniel Sawyer smiled and continued on his eternal journey home. The years that followed were good ones. Samuel and Catherine worked the ranch together, building it into a modest success. They took in a few orphaned children over time, giving them a home and teaching them the value of honest work. The children grew, eventually leaving to make their own ways, but they returned often, bringing their own families. The ranch became known as a place of welcome. Travellers passing through were always offered a meal and a place to rest. People in trouble found help without judgment. It wasn't charity exactly. It was community. It was the understanding that everyone needed help sometimes, and everyone could give help at other times. Samuel kept the pocket watch, the compass, and the photograph in a small wooden box in the bedroom. Sometimes, late at night when he couldn't sleep, he would take them out and hold them, remembering. Not with sadness, but with gratitude. Those objects represented the moment his life had changed, the night he'd learned to be open to mystery and possibility. Catherine understood. She had her own mementos of Aunt Sarah, her own connections to the inexplicable. They rarely spoke of these things, but the understanding was there, unspoken but solid. On Christmas Eves, they made a tradition of standing outside together, looking up at the stars. They would find the bright one on the western horizon and stand in silence for a moment, thinking of those who had passed, those who had helped them, those who were still finding their way home. One Christmas Eve, when Samuel was well into his 60s, they stood outside as usual. The night was clear and cold, the stars brilliant. Samuel found the familiar bright star and smiled. "Do you think he found peace?" Catherine asked. She didn't need to specify who she meant. "I think he was already at peace," Samuel said. "I think that's why he could help. He'd finished his journey, done what he needed to do. He was free." "I hope we're that free when our time comes," Catherine said. "We will be," Samuel assured her. "We've lived well. We've helped others. We've loved. That's all anyone can do." They went inside, back to the warmth and light. Their children and grandchildren would arrive tomorrow for Christmas dinner, filling the house with noise and laughter. But tonight was theirs, quiet and peaceful, a moment to reflect on the journey that had brought them here. Samuel sat in his chair by the fire, Catherine beside him. He thought about the station, about the phantom coach, about the long, lonely years before. Catherine had come into his life. It all seemed like a dream now, distant and unreal. But the changes it had wrought were real. The love he'd found was real. The life they'd built was real. "Tell me again," Catherine said, her voice drowsy with warmth, "about that Christmas Eve, the one that changed everything." So Samuel told the story again, as he had many times before. He spoke of the snow, the silence, the impossible coach that had appeared from nowhere. He spoke of Daniel Sawyer, the gentle stranger who had walked beside him in the storm. He spoke of the morning after, of Jack Morrison's stage carrying a coffin home, of the single footprint in the snow. Catherine listened, her eyes closed, a small smile on her lips. She'd heard the story many times, but it never grew old. It was their story now, part of the foundation of their life together. When Samuel finished, she opened her eyes and looked at him with deep affection. "We were both lost," she said, "both alone, and somehow through a mystery we'll never fully understand, we found each other." "We did," Samuel agreed. "I'm grateful," she said simply. "So am I." They sat in companionable silence, watching the fire burn low. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, carrying with it the scent of snow and winter. The stars turned overhead in their eternal dance, and in the warmth of their home, Samuel and Catherine Bridger rested, content in the knowledge that they had lived well, loved well, and would continue to do so for whatever years remained. The pocket watch ticked softly in its box upstairs, marking time. The compass pointed north, steady and true. And somewhere in the vast mystery of the universe, Daniel Sawyer continued his journey, helping others as he had once helped a lonely station keeper find his way home. This is where the story ends, and where it begins, where the circle closes and opens at once, in the quiet spaces of a Christmas night, in the warmth of a shared life, in the gentle mysteries that remind us the world is larger and more wonderful than we can ever fully know. Rest now. Let the images fade. Let sleep come gently, carrying you into dreams where coaches appear from snow, where strangers offer help, where lonely hearts find connection, and where every ending is also a beginning. Good night, and may you always find your way home.